Sorry, I was a few minutes late. Sorry, happened. So yeah, it just got a bit late. I don't really have excuse. Just happened. So yeah, today is another one of those weird days where, as you can see, it's sunny outside. You see the light coming to me, but it's also quite cold. Today when I woke up, I saw that outside it's frost on the not on the porch, on the veranda. So yeah, it is cold. Well, I mean it's November, so you kind of would expect it to be cold, but yeah. So yes, my plans. What I'm gonna read today. Well, firstly, it's Wednesdays. I'm doing another. Well, I'm going to reading. Listening to Fated Mates first, the podcast. And for some reason, I just discovered that I haven't listened to last week's episode, which is weird. I suppose, yeah, I didn't don't listen to every episode, but I listened to a lot of them. But yeah, so I'm having to do. I want to do today's episodes and last week's episode. I'm also working on the jigsaw puzzle. Can you see? Yeah, you can see it. So it's getting better and better. The whole top is more or less finished. So yeah, very happy with that. Um, so yeah, that's my plan. Yeah, when I'm finished with the two Fate Mates podcasts, which episodes might take a few hours, since when they're both of them are long episodes. But if I'm get finished. If I'm finished with them, I'm gonna do Bombshell by Sarah McLean, which I started yesterday, and I'm always halfway through. Also halfway through. I mean, it's an audiobook at 10 hours, and I ended up listening to it for 5 hours yesterday because it's so good. I suppose I kind of should have guessed it's a Sarah McLean book. Honestly, she's becoming a new favorite of this year. I would say Sarah McLean is one of the authors I would describe this year with, really. So yeah, I also have done the back to basic things where uh I have woken up. Of course, you can see I'm woken up, but I haven't had breakfast yet. I have had a cup of juice, so I have had something. I have made some water to tea, so I have that ready for the first sprint. And yeah, for some reason, I feel like I don't know if this is interesting for you guys, but like before, like a few weeks ago, I would usually wake up around 8, 7:30 in the morning, even though I didn't really have any plans. This week and last week, I've been waking more up around 8:30, which feels late, and well, at least later than usual. But then again, it's not really like I have plans except sprinting with you guys, so it's not an issue, but it feels weird to suddenly be sleeping more. Maybe it's the cold, but maybe it's a time difference or the time change that's just kind of been a bit longer. I don't know. But yeah. Yes. And yeah, how long am I gonna sprint today? I'm gonna sprint until 5 my time, so about yeah, I would say about 6 hours. No, sorry, 5 hours ish, because I have a appointment around 6 today. So yeah, uh, yeah, that would be 4 UK time, just so you know that. And yeah, as always, it's Wednesdays. You can always go sprint hopping to other people. There's a lot of people sprint on Wednesdays, and also it's November, so it's November, Netgal November. Lots of people sprint for that. So yeah, you won't have problem finding that. Yeah, I suppose also maybe you're curious as to how it went last Friday, because some of you might remember I went to speed dating events last Friday, or like it was like a single evening thingy. So first it was single mingle where you just kind of talk to people, and then there was supposed to be a thing where you were supposed to talk about a friend, like this friend is so cool, like kind of present your friend, and then there was at the end it was supposed to be speed dating. what happened was that like you mingled, but that was it. There wasn't really anything more happening. And okay, so I came 5 minutes late because it started 6. I came 5 or 6, which happens. Wasn't that big of a deal, really. So I don't even know if they said a welcome thing or whatnot. Um, but when I came, all people have already found people table sit with and all that. So I just sat myself by a table that was empty. I suppose I could have taken a chair and sit myself beside someone else, but that's a bit too exotic for me, my taste. So I just sat myself by an empty table. After a few minutes, a guy came and sat down, talked to me, and first I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not alone." And I talked to him, and I ended up talking to him for like 2 hours. But honestly, I was kind of bored. Oh, I don't know. I wasn't directly bored. He wasn't like, okay, so I can't usually talk to, so I say to people like that I'm dating or like I'm doing stuff. I usually say to people, say yes, because one of two things will happen. Either you'll have a great experience, or you'll have experience that an anecdote you can talk about later to other people afterwards. But I kind of forgot there is a third option, which is that you experience just kind of a fine experience, which I kind of experienced. It wasn't a guy, he wasn't awful, he wasn't incredibly boring, he wasn't by any way offensive. Like he tried to be funny when he wasn't. Um, that's kind of it. Like, but he wasn't really memorable. Like in any way, I would say. Like he tried to be funny, it wasn't funny. And he also like whenever he said something, he would say, "If you want to answer it." Like, why would I go to a place where you meet new people and then not wanting to talk about myself or not wanting to answer stuff? Why? And also, like, if that was the case, I could have just lied to him. Like, it's like he said, like, what do you do for work if you want to say it? Well, firstly, I don't mind saying that I don't work. And secondly, if I did, I could have lied. I mean, how's he gonna know that I lie? He can't. He's not gonna check where I work. But yeah, but the thing is, like, now I'm kind of like, my God, am I too picky, or is it just like that bad out there in dating world? Because like before, when I've uh signed up for speed dating, it hasn't happened because no one has showed up. And now this time people showed up, but it was just uninteresting people. So yeah, I suppose I could say like, do I have two expectations? Maybe, but I feel like the first impression, or at least, I feel like you shouldn't just sit with people and talk to them and like talk to them for hours just to be polite. I feel like if you want to meet some people, if you want, yeah, to some a guy to like want to meet someone, I feel like you shouldn't just be polite when you talk to them. There should be some genuine interest to talk to that person, which it wasn't really here. I suppose you could ask like, what is his problem? Well, he was kind of a cardboard guy, I would say. Like he talked a lot, which was fine. I mean, good. But also, and like he had lived in Australia, which like I suppose nice, cool. But then again, I've also been to Australia. But then again, I would say like honestly, most of Australia, most of Norwegian has been to Australia. Like not most, but I feel like quite a lot of us has either traveled there as a tourist of or done a bachelor's there or done like a year exchange student in high school. Like it's not that uncommon. It's not really. And like it yeah, he just wasn't really that charming and he also like kind of like for me kind of I was kind of put off by he like when I said I like to read, he said like, okay, so do you like to read fiction or and I said fiction in English, even though in Norwegian it's called skjønnlitteratur. So like you're Norwegian, you're I believe like maybe you're 5 years older than me, maybe a bit more. You should know Norwegian words for stuff. And I said that I read sometimes sakprosa, which is Norwegian for nonfiction. And you're like, oh yeah, but I no, I just like documentaries and like facts. Like that is sakprosa. Sorry, but like if you read books, you should know the terms for stuff. Yeah, maybe I'm a bit picky here, but like for it's fine if it's not something you read a lot of. But he seemed to have written quite a lot of it because he used to work as a trucker, so well, like a mailman, so he would spend a lot of time driving. And like, so you do it often, but you don't know the name for it. Sorry, but that annoys me. That annoys me. It does. It does. It kind of does. So yeah. I mean, yeah. There's still the. I'm telling everyone this, but yeah, I'm not giving details. But there's still the hot bartender that I'm kind of feeling like I want to do something with. I want to do something with, but yeah. But like, firstly, I don't know if he's single, and secondly, how do you talk to people? I mean, yes, I can just go to the bar that he works at and hope that not a lot of the customers are there and just start talking to him. But like, how do you talk to people? I don't know. It's yeah. I feel like for me, it's kind of like when you go to a meeting like single splitting or like whatever. You know, people there want to meet with people. If you just go to a pub and you meet some people, you don't really know what they want. You don't know. No, I don't. Yeah. 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 So that's kind of where we're at the moment. I'm kind of feeling a bit queen. Like what? What do you mean? Somebody to love. Yeah. So yeah. Can anybody find me? I don't know. Has this become the diarist of how Renee is gonna get a boyfriend? Maybe. It's maybe I don't know. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Let's see what's happening in the chat, shall we? Yeah, we shall. I should get some food in my stomach. Yeah, and tea. We have Paula saying hi. Just woke up, going to get ready, and then make a plan for the day. Sounds nice. Paula's been waking up much later and being more tired. Hmm. Maybe it's the winter, but like, have you been waking up later like last year or like before? Is it new? Because for me, I think I've been waking up around 8, like my time, for many, many years now. And like, it's like I don't have work. I haven't had work for some years now. Yet I still, well, also like when I did work, I didn't have to wake up so early because I worked in the evenings. So it's weird, but yeah. Think it's because it's darker? Yeah, suppose it could be. But like it hasn't happened last year. It's not really a big deal. I know I'm making a big deal of it. Sounds disappointing. I think it's better to pick it than to end up with the wrong person. Yeah, I think so too. I think before you meet people, then the relationship will probably last longer than if you just date whoever. Though there's some people saying like dating experts are saying Norwegians at least are like too picky. But I don't know, like for me, like because as I told before, I did watch this dating show, which might be getting a second season. Cool. And then I talked about how low Norwegians or like people on the dating show, they talked about what they wanted in a partner, and they said, okay, it's important that he's good at sex. And I'm like, yes, but like, shouldn't you communicate? Like, if the person the first time you have sex together is not good, that instead of breaking up with him, you just tell him, I want you to do this and this and this. I mean, I would say communication. For me, I would say the most important thing for me, honestly, is communication. That you can communicate, humor, and that the person is respecting and that is pre- uh, prejudice free. Kind of like that he's not going around saying that people are stupid and you shouldn't do this. Like he's respecting. Like if even if like the guy I end up dating, even if he's not a big reader, which I feel like that could be weird, but I suppose could happen. I would still want him to like not think I'm stupid for wanting to read. Like respecting people's hobbies, really, or passions. And yeah, also, four, I would also want someone to have a passion. Even if they don't love to read, I would say I would want them to love something. I would want them to like be so excited for maybe it's a new football match, maybe it's a new concert, but like to be very excited for something, not like, yes, that's things happening, that's nice, and that's also happening, that's nice. Oh, so excited about stuff. So yeah, I guess reading romance gives us high standards. But if they're boring, it's not worth it. No, no, it's kind of not. And also, even if I read a lot of romance, I do know people around, like in the world, like my sisters. They all have husbands or partners. One of them isn't married, but I mean, he's husband-like. They've been together for a long time. It's serious. And I would say, like, honest, okay, two of them. Okay, yeah, honestly, one of them I would kind of want to steal, which sounds mean. But like, yeah, one of them is I feel like in a way a bit my ideal guy. So I know there are people out there who would be nice. Maybe it's the old stupid thing where like all the best men are already in relationships. Could be. I don't know. I was once on a date and everything about the guy annoyed me. So I get it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean you can't be annoyed by anything about a guy. That doesn't work. No. I mean no one's perfect. I know that, but still, there should be more than nothing, really. I saw someone say the other day that you should find a person with one thing that you like, and then the rest of the thing you just ignore. And like one thing, I mean, isn't that a bit not picky? I don't know. Went on. Oh, it was one of the days. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. In summer it's 7 a.m. Now it's 8 9 a.m. Okay, yeah. So you just sleep an hour later. I mean, it's not that bad, really. Yeah. Hmm. Communication, respectful, and trust are important to me. I don't mind not sharing a hobby. They need to be passionate about something in the same way about reading. Yes, that's kind of truly. They should be. I mean, it's kind of fun to share a hobby, but I mean, sometimes you end up making a hobby together after a while. But yeah, as long as you're passionate about something, yeah, those are important things. Yeah. I need to put the charger in because it's getting low on battery. And yeah, let's get to the first sprint of the day. Let's find sex there. Happy sprinting. And we're back. So, yeah, that sprint went quick. So, yeah, I had breakfast. I had a cup of tea. Well, honestly, I had almost 2 cups. It's almost finished the second cup. Kind of funny. So, the first cup, I made the tea water just before the first chatty bits, and then started drinking it when sprint started. And by then, the tea had gotten not cold, but I would say maybe lukewarm. But I mean, a good tea is a good tea. Also, in my opinion, a good tea is a good taste, and it doesn't really matter if it's warm or not. So it's still good. I mean, yes, when you want a tea, you kind of expect warm, but it's still good. I don't mind that much. So I finished listening to the first Fated Mates episode from last week. That was all about microtropes, or microtropes in romance to be specific, because this is a romance book podcast, and it was kind of fun. We was kind of, yeah, talking about like not just friends or lovers, but like when people are like, for example, one of them said like they love when people um are trapped in weird spaces. So like, or forced proximity in weird spaces. So in one book, they were trapped in a school uh, janitorial closet for a whole weekend. Like, what? But yeah, sounds fun. And yeah. And I just started this week's episode, which is the 2025 best of books. So yeah, having my surrograph ready to just write down all names, and also my storytell to write down all the stuff. I remember last year for this episode, because I usually do this episode around this time. And then after that, I found some of the tips on Storytel, my audiobook app. And yeah, I got a very good reading at the end of last year. Not that in general last year was a bad reading year, but yeah, I mean, it's always nice to get more tips to read. The book that I got last year that I just loved so much was The Last Days of Andy something by Carly Scott, which is set over a week, plus a weekend, a week, where the main character Andy thinks that she's going to die within a week, because fortune teller tells her that happens. Also, like some other fortunes also go true, and it's also a romance, and yeah, it's just a very good book. I mean, you kind of think from the get was like, I mean, weird. She can't die, but like then the other fortunes get through, so you are kind of scared. But I also kind of thought, well, I mean, in today's world, even if you die, you could get helped by CPR and whatnot. So I wasn't that scared, really, but still. And yeah, it was a great read, I would say. And yeah, also, so today I got money because this is like around this is the weekend I get money, payday-ish. Um, and even though like I've said to myself and to others, I'm going to buy less books. What was the first thing I did today? Well, first I paid a bill, and then I put an order for some books for like 400 £400 or like $400. So yeah, yes, I'm one of the people. I don't have meds to buy, and I don't have any kids to buy books for or things for and whatnot. But should I still like buy books for like several thousand every month? I shouldn't, and yes, I do. But like I am kind of being smart about. I'm like nowadays I rarely buy books that I have on audio. So the books that I buy are books I can't find on audio. I don't like the narrative on audio. And then I also buy some books for like when I'm giving away books. I'm part of like a Discord group where we give like away, like we have like Secret Santa, Secret Easter, like we give away books several times a year. And a lot of us say like, or open for anything. So like I kind of often have like books that I love that I feel like more people should read. So I have a lot of those books I have ready in my house that I can just send off when it's when it's time or opportunity for that. So yeah. Hmm. And I was about to say something else. Yeah, I've been also working further in my jigsaw puzzle. I've been getting slowly further, slow and steady. So yeah, that's been a nice. I feel like yeah. I was about to say something. Sorry, I wanted to say something else, but of course I cannot remember it. No, I don't remember. Yeah. Anywho, let's see how everyone else sprint went, and I also know that during the sprint we have Livia dropping by. And yeah, I also went over to Livia's. Livia's doing NetGalley in November sprints at the moment. So I went over there and said hi. And then she said hi to me. And then clicked the like button while drinking tea. Sounds perfect. Hi, Livia. And then I said, did you bit soon? And yeah, like when I just kind of saw the clock like a few minutes ago, I was like, oh, soon time to chat. But yeah, I mean, that sprint went quickly. Uh, Paula is with Bestie. Activities jar chose watching a childhood film or TV show. So watching Ice Princess. Oh, Ice Princess. Oh, I love that movie. I love that movie. Oh, such a great movie. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of fun, like what you and your friend do. Like you have like activity jar, and you decide what to do based on like a jar. Fun and like yeah, rewatching old childhood favorites. So nice. Yeah, Ice Princess, so nice. I kind of wanted to, the other day. I kind of felt like I wanted to watch Ice Age because we talked about that on your sprints, and then because that's how I think, I went over to my DVD collection. I still love DVDs. Turns out I don't have Ice Age. I was so sure, but I couldn't find it anywhere. So I'm thinking actually, well, I mean, yeah, I have Ice Age on Disney Plus because it's on there and I have Disney Plus, but I don't know. I still kind of like. Honestly, I kind of like having DVDs where you open the cover and you put it out, and I also like even if something's right now on streaming, things aren't on streaming forever and ever. So yeah, so I kind of like it having it physical. So yeah, I'm thinking I might actually buy Ice Age. There's a used thrift store in town that I like to go to. I might try to have time there. Hmm. Livia had the tea, and now I'm doing makeup. Sounds nice. One of the paydays for you to having to pay bills first, though. Sad times. Yeah. I mean, you always do bills first. You do that. Well, I mean, I paid one bill, but and yeah, bought some books. But I'm gonna one of the things I do on payday is I more or less always like be silly and buy a book or buy a ice cream or yeah something, but I always also put on pay some bills, and I have like a account where my all my bills go automatically from, like all of them, most of them. So I transfer that account, and then they yeah. Today is disability payment, those who put aside money for books each month from it. Sounds nice. Ice Princess is one of my comfort movies. Honestly, I haven't seen it in many years. But I did watch it when I was a teen. I don't have seen it since. Look at you like you can tell me. I'm not sure. But I remember loving it very much. Probably would be a comfort movie. But yeah. I would say my comfort movie is Ella Enchanted. I watched it so much when I was a kid, and then I didn't for many years, and then I started randomly to watch it while like in exam period some years ago. I felt like, oh, I'm just so tired. I need something to relax. And then Ella Enchanted. Put it on and like, oh yes, I was just so comforted. So yeah, I would say Ella Enchanted for me is a comfort movie. And then 10 Things I Hate About You. She's the Man. I saw She's the Man with She's the Man with a friend last week, and yeah, it was the best. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have several comfort movies, of course. I might maybe like make a video of that. Have maybe yeah, yeah. We have activity jar. We'll make a list of things to do, including at least one from jar. So reading, gaming, watching an episode on a series, etc. And then roll the dice to choose what to do. Sounds nice. And then keep rolling until our day ends. Nice. Makes it easier to make a choice or yeah, do stuff. Love Ella Enchanted. Haven't watched it in ages. Yeah, it's just so good. I love it so much. It's a great movie. I actually read the book maybe 10 years ago because I mean, as always, people always say like the book's better. I kind of felt like the movie's better. Still, I have to reading a book. But I suppose I feel like for me at least, sometimes when I watch movies first, I prefer the movie. But yeah, I still kind of prefer the movie here. But it is what it is. There. Yeah. So that's the end of the comments. It's a book. It's I was like, you don't really know which book. I mean, beginning of the movie, they say like it's based on, but yeah, it's based on a book by. I know all the stuff. It's based on a book by Gail Carson Levine. She has a few other fairy tale retellings books as well, and I've just read them on. But yeah, and there's also actually um, a Enchanted prequel, so there's that. But yeah, as again, I feel like sometimes it's just kind of even if the movie books exist, you don't really have to like both. Or I did well, I didn't hate the book, but yeah, I quite enjoyed. Well, I love the movie, so that's how it is for me. I was about to say something else. I feel like maybe I was about to say something. Was I? Speaking of movies, Wicked for Good has started this week, and yeah, it's one of my most anticipated movies of the year. So excited to watch it again. Though most of my friends didn't like it, I have one friend that kind of liked it, so I think I might ask her, even though we're not like tight, but I think I might ask her because yes, I could ask one of the other friends to watch it, but I feel like depends. But I feel like sometimes it's kind of fun to watch a movie with someone who's like excited to see it, and someone who's just not sitting there like, yes, cool. I watched Deadpool 3, Deadpool and Wolverine 2, 3 years ago with well, when I was in theaters with two friends, and I was just like, I was just loving watching it so much, and they were just like, eh, what's happening? What's happening? They didn't really enjoy it at all, so kind of felt a bit honestly like took a bit the joy out of it away. But yeah, I suppose even if I don't go with the one friend, I might go by myself. Wicked for Good because I am gonna watch it so much. Yeah, looking forward to watching that one. So yeah, that is my plan. Well, my plan, my thinking. Okay, let's get another sprint going, shall we? Yes, we shall. Oh, sorry. There. Happy sprinting. And we're back for another chatty bits. So yeah, last sprint I hung out in Liga sprints, Netgalley sprints. A lot of people hanging out there, and that was fun to be social there. I also got further in my. You know what? I'm gonna need some more lights. So yeah, I got further on in my jigsaw. So this piece is just recently fixed. So, yeah, happy with that. And now it's very light. Oh, I'm a ghost. I look like a ghost. And yeah, I mean, isn't it good? I mean, you know what? It's too much light. Is it better? Yeah, it's better. It's more natural. It's better this way. Bit dark. Dark light. It's good. So yeah. I also listened on in the newest Fated Mates episode. Again, this today's episode is all about 2025's best romance books. And I mean, of course, I know people are different and whatnot, but it was just I just laughed so much because at one point they talked about author. I'm not gonna say the author's name because it's not really important, but yeah, an author who had a book out a few years ago that everyone loved, and then they talked about, and of course we're gonna love this new book, which we also did. And I just laughed and laughed for like a minute because the book they talked about that came out a few years ago that everyone loved, we had it for my book club, or I have two book clubs for one of my book clubs. None of us liked it. I finished it, but my two friends from the book club DNF'd it. And they also talked about how this author writes so lyrically and good, and I'm like, does they? Does she? Do they? Do they? I didn't really feel like they did. But of course, I mean, it's all a matter of opinion. I mean, no one book is going to be loved by everyone. And even if you say the character is well written, well, that depends on the eye that sees it, isn't it? I feel like, and now I'm going to say a name, but yeah, I feel like this is always going to be the case. An example is Lucinda Riley, which is a well beloved and well known author in some in some circles. And like when I was a few years ago when I worked in a bookstore, everyone was always looking forward to her book, like always coming in asking, "When is the new Cinderella book?" Or when it came out, like, "When is it coming in pocket?" Because of course the hardcover is expensive, so you always often wanted it in pockets. And okay, so I read two of her books to like see what it was all about, and I was just baffled because to me it was just boring. Like people often talk about how books have interesting characters you love, and it's a very character based story, and how it's so mysterious and whatnot. And yeah, there's some mystery in kind of throughout the series, throughout every book, but it's also a companion series. And honestly, I did not care. I didn't believe the characters at all. I kind of felt like I didn't believe the love story, which every book has a love story, and I was just kind of sitting there thinking, what? I feel like probably always also I'm a bit more miffed because the second book takes place in Norway, and for some reason the cover has northern lights on it, while they never see the northern lights in the book. And it's not even like they travel to the far north. They always stay in Bergen or Oslo. So it's like Bergen and Oslo. I mean, yeah, you see the Northern Lights sometimes, but not in the time or there, but not in the time where the book was set. And like it just had some like so weird, like also that book. I feel like honestly like I'm more miffed. I'm more angry towards the second book than the first book. The first book was fine, it wasn't that bad. Second book was bad. Like at like there was this one thing which I really feel like the editor should have picked up on. At one point, they talked about this character. This character did so well in school. She did so well than all the others. She went away to get better schooling because she was so smart. And then two chapters later, they talk about how this character doesn't know this and this and this. I'm like, what? You can't say 1 minute that the person is so smart and the next minute they aren't smart. I mean, yes, people can have bad days and whatnot, but it just didn't make sense. Okay, you kind of like switched button, like a switch, like suddenly the person is stupid, and I just no. And also, I can't believe they talked about how in 1 minute, in one chapter, they talked about how that one person knows English, and then a few chapters later, they have to learn English. Do you know it or you don't? I suppose you could learn more of it, but that just annoyed me so much. Yeah, so much. But yeah, so there's that. But yeah, so it's kind of funny to hear people talking about on podcasts about this offer that like I didn't like at all, and like everyone else loved. And of course, this new book is also amazing. So yeah, it's funny. But yeah, I would say like I feel like sometimes people feel like think that a book can be beloved by everyone, and it's like no. Even if you say the book has great characters, the characters are realistic, not everyone will believe that they are. So yeah, that there's no such thing as a perfect book really, or a perfect book that's beloved by everyone. That's not a thing. But yeah, of course, I have to know like whenever you see a list of best books of this and this, the summer best book of the year, whatever, it's always going to be subjective. That is how it is. But it's still nice to hear about like this list because you can hear about books you haven't heard about before and whatnot. So it's always fun to hear those lists. I do enjoy that. I did also talk to a friend of mine to ask if we could go to see Wicked for good together. And turns out she's down with the flu. So that's, of course, sad and bad. And of course, she didn't want to go to cinema now. But like when she gets better. So that's nice. So that's, but we don't have a date. But I suppose you can't make a date. You can't make a specific appointment when people are sick. You have to wait until a little bit better and then they can say, yes, let's do it now. Let's do it. And yeah, also Wicked for Good's probably going to be in cinemas for 1 week. So I don't think that's really a big issue there, I believe. Hmm. Now, did I have something else to say? I believe there was something else. Else. I don't remember. No. Um, you know what? Yeah, let's see a bit in chat, and then I have something I want to show you. I'm gonna be mean. I'm gonna be mean to you. And yeah, I know saying I'm gonna be mean and then smiling. No, I'm gonna be mean in the booktube way, in the way that I'm gonna recommend you some retellings because we talked about Ellen Chatted the last Chatter bit, and that kind of made me think about retellings. So I'm gonna add to your TBR. Of course, you can always just ignore my recommendations, but yeah. But let's first see what's happening in the chat. Ba-ba-da-ba-dum. Finished Ice Princess and now planning Christmas. Sounds nice. What are you gonna do for Christmas? Are you gonna be with your partner? Are you gonna go to your parents? What is your plans? My plan for this Christmas is to go to one of my sisters. I have three sisters. I'm gonna spend it with one of them. I was say, of course, you have to spend it with one of them. I mean, you don't have to, but yeah. So I'm going to her family for Christmas. I'm going to go there 16th, now the 19th, and I'm gonna be there some days. And then yeah, also gonna go with my parents. They kind of also want to be there with Christmas. So that's gonna be nice. My sister has two kids, so yeah. I suppose they, as you all, not everyone. All my other sisters has three kids, but yeah. And one of them is two, and she's just so cute. Well, not that the 6-year-old is ugly, but you know what? The 2-year age is very cute age. So yeah, looking forward to that. Think it's gonna be nice. Spending with, of course, she has to say it afterwards. Of course, why did I ask? Sometimes, often, you just get more answers in the chat, and then you ask things before you see them. Yeah, with at mine with my parents' best friend and their family. Sounds nice. Just one giveaway in Sogaf. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Fun, fun, fun. You two giveaways. Oh, nice, nice, nice. You're getting all the giveaways, all the prizes. Happy for you, Paula. Nice. A mystery and then a science fiction fantasy. Nice, nice, nice. Fun, fun, fun. Okay, yeah. So now I'll read all the chats. So now I'm gonna add to your TBR. I suppose maybe you have read these books. If not, I highly recommend them. First, we have um, Spirits in the Park and Secrets, so the Social Secrets, which is the second and third book in the series. I don't have the first book because never owned it because I read it from the library, but I do need to buy it. But yeah, this is a trilogy, a middle grade trilogy. I would say if you like Rick Riordan, if you like history, this is for you. It's all about American history, and in this series, instead of gods being Mayan or Greek or Roman, the gods are historical people. So in this series, Alexander Hamilton is a god. So yeah, that's very fun. So you have that aspect of it, but you also have the Native Americans who also have a play a part. So yeah, it's very funny. It also will crush your feelings at times. Like at times, it's just like so emotional. Like people are in danger at parts in this series, and yeah, and it's a Finnish series, so you can binge it now. It's called The Gods of Manhattan by Scott Mebus. Then we have The Bone Spindle trilogy by Leslie Weather, being The Bone Spindle, The Severed Thread, and The Cursed Rose. Uh, maybe you know what? I'm just gonna put that away because it doesn't need to be there. So this is a YA series. Is I want to say more. I want to say it's kind of more like a fairy tale remix than a retelling. Well, it's kind of like a retelling of some stories, but then yeah, sorry, it's a retelling. It's a retelling of Sleeping Beauty. And kind of it's set in that world. It's set in a world with curses and prophecies and stuff. And it has two main characters. One of them being a lesbian axe murderer or axe fighter, the other one being more academical, and they have to fight together and have to work together to fight this big evil. And yeah, it's it's so good. It's dual point of view, and also sometimes you get a third point of view, mix it a bit up, and yeah, love them so much. I feel like they. I mean, there are books. The last book, the Cursed Rose came out last year. This year, all of them. So I suppose maybe people might have heard about them, but I feel like people always talk about like same 2 or 3 books, and I feel like you might kind of forget about like the books that I talked about number 5 on the list. So check out this series. And then we have The Rebel Rose by Emma Farrow. This came out in 2020. 20. It's been some years ago. I want to check it out. 2020. So 5 years ago. Time flies. This is the first in the series. And it's the first. Yeah, it's the first in the series. And it's actually a kind of more sequel, and it's historical based. So it's this one takes place after the Beauty and the Beast. What happens after, and also in this story, they go to Paris to meet different people. They end up part of the French Revolution, so it's kind of more historical based than just magical based. But it's also, yeah, very very good book. There's a second book with Mulan as well. So this is a series published by the Disney Disney Publishing, and there's a new author for each book. And there's slightly series, but it's also not quite connected. So you could read them as standalone. And yeah, great book. And then we have a book that has been around maybe Maybe you're a new reader. Maybe you haven't read this for some reason. Anywho, Geekerella by Ashley Poston is a YA retelling of Cinderella, as you would guess. It's based in the fandom world, and yeah, it's just I've read it 3 times now, and it's yeah, still one of my all-time favorite books. It's just so good. It's also like I'm thinking about the book. What's cool? The thing I'm thinking about. It is one of the tropes. It is uh, but come on. What I'm thinking. What's the name of it? What is? Yeah, I'm gonna double check it. Give me a moment. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's a you got mail trope in a way because they first they are corresponding, and then after a while one of them persons know who the other one is, the other one doesn't, and yeah, it's kind of funny because honestly I don't love you got mail, but I quite like the you got mail trope in books. So funny, I suppose. Communication, you don't know who each other is. No, I mean it could be fun, but yeah, this is delightful. Also, I suppose if you need a book to read before the end of the year, quick, nice YA book. Then we have East by Edith Patel. This is a retelling of Beauty and the Beast, but it's set in Norway. I mean, fantastical version of Norway because it's fantasy, but I mean, yeah, you have some historical retellings, but it's just fantasy retelling. And yeah, I very much enjoy this book. This also has a second book, companion book, that came out a few years ago. I haven't gotten to that one. I do want to get to it, but yeah, love this one. Now the books fell down. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna move them, and then now we're gonna get to some. Um, these are actually adult books. Yes, adult fairy tale retellings. I feel like you often think fairy tale retellings or retellings in general are just YA and middle grades, but you can have it for adults as well. And here it is, The Stepsister Scheme by Jim C. Hines. So, what makes this adult? It's very violent, and they talk about grape, or I don't know, people say grape and not rape, but yeah, they talk about rape in these books. They hint to it, and the whole series is very violent. I don't believe there's a sex scene, but yeah. So there's the Stepsister Scheme, and then you have the Red Hood's Revenge, Mermaid's Madness, and Snow Queen's Shadow. And yeah, these are just very, very good, very funny, very different. I would say, I suppose maybe like a bit like Once Upon a Time, but more for adults. Is that a good description of it? I don't know, but yeah, great. And it's a series that's finished, so yeah, you can binge it. And then we have why? And then we have this series, which is I'm just going to fix the blah blah blah. The Extraordinary Adventures of the Athena Club. So this is the second book. I have the third book somewhere. Yeah, I don't. Why did I not have the third book the same place as the second book? I don't know. The first book again I read from the library, so I need to buy it. But yeah, quite often I start book series by getting it from the library and then I don't buy it the first moment, and then after a while I have part of a series. I often focus more on buying new books than buying the books I have read, but yeah, anywho, this is a gothic retelling of the gothic monsters, but with a feminist take. So it's Dracula, Sherlock Holmes, and you have the island of Dr. Moreau, Frankenstein, all these characters, but it's their female side characters, sidekicks, who kind of get the time in the spotlight. It's a trilogy, and yeah, the first book is not as big as the second book here. The third book, I believe, is a bit thinner. For some reason, this one is big, huge, but it's yeah, it's a delight of a series. It's I would say it's for adults, but it's for adults in the way that the characters are adults. It's not there's no sex in it, it's no spice in it, and there's violence, but I wouldn't say it's that violence. So I would say this is a series you could read as a teen. It's not like don't read it if you're 16 because you can't read the violence or you can't read the spice. I feel like talking about books and like what age they're meant for, I feel like you kind of have to feel like the context. Like if the characters are 23, but it's no graphic violence and there's not a lot of swearing and there's not a lot of sex scenes, then why not read it when you're 17? I mean, and also I suppose you could read that when you're 17 as well. People read sex scenes when they're younger than they should be or whatnot. But yeah. So yeah, that's my little retelling recommendations. Of course, you could also mention Rick Riordan books and other books, but I feel like everyone talks about Rick Riordan books, so I feel like in general, I recommend stuff. I recommend things that I love, or I can recommend books that people don't talk about because me talking about books and everyone else talking about it is like cool, but like you already know about those talked about books. I feel like talking about different books is good or bad, bad, a good point really. So if you have any retellings you want to shout out about, do that in the comments or think about it in the next sprint. And yeah, let's go to another sprint, shall we? Yes, we shall. There, and happy sprinting. talking for ages and I forgot to unmute myself. Oh my god, sorry. I suppose it's kind of a ritual really, isn't it? For every booktuber to sometime forgetting to unmute themselves. Talking, not unmuting. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Paula. Oh, the audacity. My God. Okay, yeah. So what I rewind. So what I said is that I went to a store to get some lunch because even though I have some food here, I kind of uh wanted to buy this one because it's very tasty salad. It's kind of expensive, but it's payday, and it's not like completely. It's not outrageously expensive, and also it's so tasty, so it kind of feels like it weighs up for how expensive it is. So yeah, I bought it. So yeah, I bought this one, and then I also bought more vitamins store at the store because I actually went into the store to find some tea. I didn't find tea, but I didn't really want to go outside of the store empty-handed. I've been better at that, but like lately I'm better at that, but still like it's kind of difficult for me to go into a store and then walk out of it empty-handed. So yeah. So I bought some vitamins, which always good to have when I'm gonna run out of the one I have. D vitamins, which I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat fish, so and fish gives you a lot of vitamins. So yeah, I have yeah problem with that. So yeah. And yeah, and I also said that Didi started sprinting with her Netkali sprints. I might link that, but you people probably know more about her sprints, but I'll link her still. Sorry, Paula. I'm talking, and then not hearing. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Luckily, you stopped me before I went on too long. Or yeah. I did the same thing last week. I did like, Paul, I can't hear you, and then turns out it was me who had having you on mute. So I suppose that mute thing kind of goes both ways, doesn't it? I mean, you can mute people on your screen, and you can mute yourself. So yeah, maybe because honestly, I was earlier. I've been kind of jealous of Hermie having this thing where when the chatty bit starts, people say Grinch or Max, like Grinch if they can hear you and Max if they can't. And I kind of want to have some like code name like that or code word like that. Not that there's like been a lot of issues with my sound, but like I suppose it's kind of good to have it because like this time I didn't check. So if people write in automatically, you can know that it's correct. Uh, yeah, I think I want something like that. And you know what? I'm not wrong, Paul. I said that's stupid to say. But you know what? I'm gonna use code names from Coupling, which is one of my all-time favorite series. It's just so good. Um, and I'm gonna say that if you can hear me, oh, could also be like because it should be one word, shouldn't it? Shouldn't be like so. It's good to have one word. Shouldn't be two words because I have one word in mind, but I don't know the other word. You know what? Okay, let's do one word and two word. It's still valid. I feel like okay. Right, hippo. If you can't hear me, right, giggle loop. Sorry, giggle loop. And you know what? Since you might not know what this is all about, I'm gonna link the clips for that in the chat because both of those are just great, great, great scenes, and you should check out that. So a little moment. That's not there. That's annoying. Well, the first thing I do, I I search coupling hippo. You should find the right clip. But you don't. Let's see there then. That's annoying. Why do we get everything else but not that? That's annoying. Okay, you know what? I'll find that thing afterwards, but I suppose you could also just do that. But yeah, I kind of wanted to share the clips. I can find the clips right now. I'll find the clips for the next sprint, but yeah. Okay, so let's do the chat for real. So we had Hermit dropping by, saying hi, lovely Renee. Just popping by to say hi and high five the like button. Hope you're doing okay and having fun with sprints. And yeah, I'm having fun. it's been it's been interesting because yeah of that sound issue, but yeah, it's been a nice day, I would say. Other than that, and then Paula saying can't hear you. Good that you told me. Good to know. Was checking if everything to see if it was me. I mean, yeah, sometimes it is. I mean, with me it was me, like last week. So yeah, good. Having lunch, having hot dogs, sounds nice. That's why I shop online. I would impulse, but so much. Yeah. I mean, I would kind of getting better at impulse shopping than I was before, but I still do it. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of an issue, but I don't know. I like going to the store. I suppose at least like I love going to bookstores to like browse and whatnot. Though also there's sometimes the danger of buying so much in bookstores. But I suppose yeah, depending on the store. Like if for example, if I'm going to the clothes store to just if I need a new pants or something, then I will probably just go there and just buy one thing. I probably won't buy that much. I might get some new nail polish because my clothing store that I love has nail polish as well. But that's it. Yeah, I also bought new gloves because the ones from last year have disappeared. I don't know where they went. But yeah, I've got new ones, so that's good. But yeah, but yeah, shopping online it's not that silly really. And then he's saying hippo, if you can hear, and giggle or giggle loop, and then Paula having the hippo emoji, which is also a way to do it. Yeah, let's get to new sprint, shall we? Yeah, let's. Hope you have another nice sprint. And I'm just gonna find there and there. We're back. So so that's last sprint. The first part of it, I went to YouTube to find the clips that I wanted to share with you guys. The giggle loop and then the hippo clip. For the life of me, I could just find one of them. Annoying. But I shared the giggle loop clip, so you can enjoy that one. It's from a TV series from the early 2000s. Uh, I'm not sure really where it's available to stream. I do know that it's available on Blu-ray and DVD. I don't know how many people have that, but yeah, it's available to watch. And there's a lot of clips online as well, I suppose. But yeah, the one uh, the one clip that I couldn't find is Jeff, one of the characters. He's talking. I'm just going to tell you how the clip is. Because so he's talking about how he's going to go on a date and he's nervous, and he says like, "What am I even going to say?" And his friends say, "You say hi, hi, hello, oh." So she's like, "Why would you say hippo? Why would you not? Your mind just weird things. It says the weirdest things." So weird, um, weird. So weird. Jeff, who's the character, he's actually called Jeff. It's the name of a real person who. So that's kind of always interesting. I'm just gonna double check. He's called Jeff. La 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 la. He's called Jeff Murdoch, which is a fine name in itself. But like nowadays, you kind of associate Murdoch with the Murdoch, Rupert Murdoch, the Murdoch family, who owns Fox and all that. But the original Murdoch in my head is Jeff Murdoch from Coupling, and I love Jeff. He's just so bonkers, but also I suppose kind of like me because we both kind of think about all the ways that things can go wrong and think about all the things that could happen and daydream and think weirdly and yeah. Jeff Jeff Murdoch, he's the best. So yeah, I did that in medium sprints, and then I suppose I can just check quickly that people have been um yeah. So in the beginning of I found the clip, and then after that I had the lunch. I have for no way, but I had lunch, so I had some food, the salad. Uh, and while doing that, I listened more to the podcast episode, and they talked about the newest Lucid Darling book, which I have been kind of meaning to get to, and talked about how good that one is. I have just read one Lucid Darling book so far, but I want to read more of her, even though I kind of felt honestly it's a bit too spicy for me. Like there was spice like after two chapters, and I felt it was a bit quick. But I did still like it, so yeah, I did. Yeah, yeah. Blah blah blah. Anywho, I want to say something else. I also hang out in Diddy sprints and Nitgala sprints, so that was nice and fun. We talked about someone in her sprints wanted to some romance recommendations, so I gave some romance offers because there's a lot to read, so I gave some of them some offers, and then there was some confusion around Bedazzled and a book, The Devil You Know, which came up this year. But it's a book by Alexander Belfer, but a book that I honestly don't recommend. Even though it's based off Bedazzled, you see very clearly it's a retelling of Bedazzled, the movie. Uh, but the book, The Devil You Know, it wasn't that good really. Like a lot, it's a sapphic romance, but like 60% of the book, like someone said on Instagram, it's focused on getting together with the ex girlfriend instead of finding new love. So even though in the end ex girlfriend kind of doesn't work out, at the end suddenly there's a new couple happening and felt quick and weird and yeah. And honestly, when me kind of with retellings, I feel like it's cool, but like it has to be done its own way. It can't be just carbon copy. Honestly, this is what I felt like was a very carbon copy of the movie. It's like if you're gonna recount something, do it differently. Don't do it the same because then what's the point really? I don't know. Yeah. Sadly, I mean I love Alexander Butler's other books, but that one didn't do it for me. But yeah, other than that, I've been also doing some jigsaw puzzling. I just found that piece, so that was nice. But yeah, I've also kind of been what I've kind of been doing lately is I've been finding one piece, like trying to put it down, like it doesn't fit. Why does it fit? I've been kind of mad at the jigsaw puzzle. So yeah. So I suppose because of that, I've had like a little break and started to focus more on DD sprints instead. And here we are. So yeah, let's see what happened in this chat. We have Paula saying if she can hear me, great. Also, yeah, and I know that also I saw that Linda dropped by and said hi, or Heart Book Coffee hi, and then hi Linda, and then Linda said hi to Paula. Well, I suppose it could get kind of confusing. Lacey reads, but it's Paula Lacey. Lacey's her last name. Chatty bit soon, and then yeah, here we have the hippo emoji. Did some writing, nice. Adding notes to what I thought was going to be a final draft of book one in the trilogy. Nice, nice. Murdoch reminds me of Murdoch Mysteries. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, it could be a lot of things. Yeah, Murdoch Mysteries is also great. I used to go on TV here. I still watch linear. But yeah, I used to go on TV here. I haven't seen it in years, but I mean, also been going for many years. But yeah, that's also a great TV series. I do really enjoy that one. But yeah, that's also a place you can associate Murdoch with. I suppose maybe Murdoch is one of those. It seems a bit like Murdoch is one of those names that's kind of normal in the Anglo world, like Smiths, Murdoch. Like there's just some names that are kind of everywhere. That it's not just one family; it's lots of families. I don't know. Yep. So yeah, that's the end of that chat. Yes. Let's do another sprint, shall we? Yes, we shall. And yeah, I'll probably finish my podcast episode and then if I'm gonna maybe I'll pick up knitting. Maybe I'll see. But yeah, let's find the sprint there. Happy sprinting! And we're back. So that last sprint, I just finished the podcast episode, Best Romance Books of 2025. Honestly, I wouldn't say a lot of them kind of appeal to me, really. But again, it's not like I have like no more books to read. And it was, I mean, never say never. Might pick up some. I mean, I'll pick up some of them, but not all of them really. But also, 30 Mates has like a new podcast episode every week, so there's always some recognition from them, even if there's not every week. So yeah, it's not really an issue, really, I would say. And they also said like you listeners can tell us what's your favorite read of this year from this year. And surprisingly, a lot of the books that I read this year came from this year and were romance books. So I put 3 long comments on their Instagram profile, Instagram in the Instagram, yeah, in the Instagram. So yeah, so yeah, I've shared a love there. After that, I went to Paula started sprinting, so I was in her her bit for like I want to say maybe 15 minutes something, and yeah, and now I'm here with you. During all this, I tried to dig some more. I did a bit, but right now it's kind of like at the point where it's like I find one piece, it fits, and then I don't find another piece until like 50 minutes later. So it's going up and down very quickly ish now, but yeah. Maybe I suppose maybe like before today, earlier today, was thinking maybe I'll finish it today. Now I don't think I'll finish it today. I mean I have done quite a lot. I mean, like half of it is finished, but also I would say maybe ish half isn't. So yeah, I might actually ask a friend of mine to come over on Friday maybe because she did come last week and we we puzzled together, and I mean that makes it fun and it's nice to do that. We have done that. We actually well, have done. I was about to say we have done it twice. No, we actually just done it once, twice. No, once or twice. But yeah, we want to do it again. So yeah, I mean it's my jigsaw puzzle, so me like working on it continuously. It's not weird, but like having her over sometimes to work together on it is fun and nice. And yeah, after this chat bits, as I said before, will be the last sprint. At 6 o'clock, I have an appointment, so this last one will be shorter. And let's see what's happening in the chat. If something's happening there, I blip 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 blip. So I put the link to Didi Sprint here, so that's linked. And then and yeah, I just said Didi Sprints. And then Paula said hi, Paula. Uh, is the other Paula here? But I can't just see the one comment, so it's kind of weird. But sometimes you don't see all comments. Anywho. And then Paula did some more writing. Sounds like you're in a very good writing space right now. Happy for you that you're there. And yeah, very good, very good. Nice, nice, nice. I was about to say something. Yeah. So yeah. If you want to sprint more after me, both Didi and Paula are sprinting, and other people as well. Well, links to Paula as well. And yeah, Paula saying in creative mood. Nice, nice, nice. I was actually kind of inspired over the weekend. So this weekend I was at a conference. So there was a conference with the dyslexia group that I'm part of. No, I don't have dyslexia myself, but I have NLD, non-verbal learning disorder, which is similar to dyslexia in some ways. So yeah, and so I've been toying with this idea, but I kind of want to pick this idea up again to make a lecture, like talk, maybe like 10 minutes, no, maybe 15 minutes about reading and how reading is cool. And I'm thinking I'm gonna name it "Don't Be Arrogant and Pick Up a Book," because I feel like a lot of people say that reading is boring, or no, all books are boring. Which honestly, I feel like it's kind of uh, arrogant to say. I mean, we've had the printing press for 500 years. We've had stories for longer than that. Books, what are books? Books are just pieces of paper with words on them that make stories, non-fiction or fiction. And you're saying that all of the books in the world, none of them interest you? None of them? I mean, there's non-fiction books, there's biographies, there's mysteries, there's romance. Like, have you tried all the genres? There's shorter books, there's longer books, there's books with pictures, and you're just saying every book is not for you? Like, reading in general is not for you? I think not. I think not. I actually have some videos regarding this, but yeah, I kind of want to make a talk about it, and I think I might try to have it like in April because that's the World Book Day. At least the World Book Day is celebrated here in Norway. Supposedly, there's a World Book Day in March that you celebrate in UK. It's kind of weird, and then there's also another World Book Day in April. Both of them are called World Book Day, which weird, but yeah. And here I see the other Paula saying hi. But I didn't see the uh, braided Paula first comment. I'm just gonna double check if I see it now. I don't see it now. Weird. Anywho, yeah. I mean, now I've said yes. Hi, both of you. Po- to both of you. So yeah. I think I will just go into the next sprint, which as usual will be a shorter one. But it's been a nice day. Yeah, threading with Paula and also Linda dropping by. And yeah. And yeah, I'll link the video that I made last year, some years ago, that you might enjoy. So yeah. Let me first find the right graphic there. Um, And we're back for the last quick touch of it. So, yeah, I have been listening more to Bombshell by Sarah McLean, a great historical romance. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's great. Also, this last half an hour, it's been kind of cold, which is kind of weird because I'm inside. I have two ovens on, and yet it's cold. Usually, earlier it was fine, and now it's getting colder, so nice. I don't know, maybe I'll have to take on some socks or something because I kind of feel cold on my feet. Suppose I could just take on, yeah. Anyway, I suppose after, because I'm going to a meeting, as I said, in the board, and then after that, I can probably just sit in the couch, just having a blankets over me. I have several blankets, so I'll do that. Yeah. So yeah, quick wrap up before I have to go. I did a bit more jigsaw puzzling, so I got like five more pieces. So slow but steady, slow and steady, slow and steady. But yeah, it's nice. Yeah, and that's kind of what I did really this sprint. Just puzzle a bit more, and let's see what you people did. And then I also found. I started the sprint by finding the link to the video I talked about that I made. Actually, I made it 2 years ago. I was sure I made it earlier, but yeah, been some years ago. So yeah. And then yeah, I also posted Paula's sprints, and then I posted my own video, and then yeah, saying what else, and then Paula still writing well, organizing extra chapters and updating my chapters. Sounds like a good day and good writing day. I'm going oven shopping on Friday. Oh, the oven's not working. That's no fun. Honestly, I have a microwave that I use much more than the oven, but the oven does work. So yeah, and you should still have the oven that's like working condition, even if you don't use it all the time. But yeah, that's it for the moment. I'm thinking we're just gonna say goodbye for now, and yeah, maybe I'll be doing a Sunday sprint. I might be deciding to do that. Hadn't decided, but I kind of think kind of fun to do extra sprint now and then. I might do that. I mean, sometimes it's like I feel like sometimes Sundays or weekends are people days when people don't really sprint, so it's kind of not that you have to sprint alone, but it's kind of different. But yeah, gas and gas and half doesn't light. No fun. But yeah, I have to go now. It's been a joy and fun, and I'll see you around, Paula. And Paula, if you also see this, like both Paulas. And bye.